Hello. I did not actually plan on doing any art stuff today. So, allow me to explain something. So, first of all, back on Thursday, I had to have a root canal done. It went very well. I basically just used it as a way to kind of just sleep, basically. For the closest I could do to sleeping. It's apparently what my grandma would do. You know, my mother's mother. But one of the things that I did not expect, though, was that I would have a project due that day. Well, not really like the actual full project, but the first two parts of the project where I do like a mood board and then some thumbnail sketches. So I ended up doing that late by a day because I was just too wiped out from my root canal. I did inform my professor that the root canal was happening like a few days prior to the actual root canal, so they know that I would not have really been able to get much done for that anyway. Hello. Thank you for redeeming the stretchies. But anyway, that is what I plan on doing today. Also, thank you for the biddy! Biddy? Ding? Make the noise. Huh. Weird. Okay. But anyway, because of all that, and apparently the draft and the critique are due on Monday, which, for those who don't know, I have in-person classes on Mondays and Wednesdays. And I tend to get pretty wiped out after those days. Is when I have my in-person classes. So because of that, I decided that I should probably do that stuff early. And I did not want to, delay my writing the chapter outlines for my novel, which is happening tomorrow, by the way. So I decided, you know what, I'll be playing Little Witch in the Woods on the 18th, in like 2 weeks. I can sacrifice one stream in order to get this done. But anyway, this is the mood board that I have. It includes the color palette that I'm likely going to be using. The likelihood of me actually following this color palette, it's strictly and not like making any deviations from the colors, is pretty small. Art! Yes, indeed. And this is all of the thumbnails that I have done for this. Which over on Waterfox, which I'm using, I have an image of Lake Winnebago, which is the lake that is right next to Oshkosh. For anyone wondering, what is Oshkosh? Oshkosh is a city in Wisconsin, my father's homeland. The land of dairy. And I mentioned this thing to my dad the day prior to my root canal, so when I had my class. And because I wanted to see if he had any suggestions for any places in Wisconsin that I could do. And one of the places he suggested was Oshkosh. Because during a certain part of the year, late spring or early summer, the airport in Oshkosh is one of the busiest airports of the entire world. There are weed whacker noises going on. And the text I plan on using is gonna be Oshkosh, so many planes this year. I like so many planes this time of year. I like just to be silly about it. But anyway. I'm actually gonna go mute.
Yikes.
I think the loud noises have sufficiently been quieted. I'm gonna go ahead and get started on all of this. So, let me grab this color. Just quickly do that. And I gotta go into canvas property. And what I am going to do is I'm going to kind of look at my preference. And I'm gonna kind of make a vague shape. I will likely have to work on this in Illustrator, which I honestly dread working in Illustrator. I've never been able to get the hang of it because it's vector software. And for those who know me, know I usually work in raster. Then go grab this blue. I'm gonna just do that. And for those who are wondering, not going to be what it actually looks like. I will try my best to actually use the software I am meant to use. For my project. And for anyone wondering about the previous project, I can't really show that because that would be like, it would kind of dox me, so because it was a self-portrait. That meant I had to use a photo of myself. I'm gonna go ahead and go over to here. I'm going to use this as a reference, I think. And I'm going to be very loosey-goosey with this. Why am I being loosey-goosey with this? It's because I can refine it later. That is what I'll be doing. Also, the requirements for the project given by the professor explained that, you only have 4 colors and a background color. I'm going to flip this and move it over here. And make it smaller. Yeah, I'm gonna be using a bunch of... Oh. Different planes. And that sort of stuff. I probably need to actually grab a proper reference of a plane for the project, but honestly, right now, I don't feel like doing that. Because I don't want to. This is literally just to figure out what I am going to be doing. But I think I'm gonna move this up here. And I'm gonna go grab this. And I'm going to go ahead and grab a nice graphic style typeface. And I am not taking this seriously, by the way. And for anyone wondering why, I just don't feel like being serious for this. There are not enough planes here, so I'm gonna go ahead and add another. And these are going to purposefully look pretty shitty. Also, I am pre-ordering Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. So it comes out on a day I have to work on assignments and stuff. I know! What a reveal! Unfortunately, Thursday is one of the many days I have dedicated to assignments. Along with Tuesdays. Don't get me started on the Tuesdays. Oh. But yeah. And I do want to eventually, like, work more on it, but I might need to see if I need to buy a stylus for the Switch, because you can use a touchscreen for the game. I think is pretty cool, pretty nifty. But yeah. I'll add another. But yeah. Yeah. So let me try scaling for this. And I think this is decent looking. Save. I will eventually save this as a PNG. So I forgot to take my Vyvanse. But I'm gonna get up and stretch and stuff. And while I would work on this project a little more in Illustrator, I don't really like Illustrator. It frustrates me a little too much for my liking. I'm instead going to get up sketching and then work on a different project of mine that is due a little later than this one. I'm pretty much done with it. Part of it. Then, you know, work on the whole artist statement. Not have to worry about it anymore. For this class is with the thing I am working on right now, this shitty concept thing. The next technical exercises are learning how to use Photoshop, which is much closer to my software that I actually like using. Means I might be able to actually flex my art style. Very, very nice. Very, very much nice. Indeed, I will. That's it. Very right now. It looks like she might be conked out. I'm just gonna. I can get. Licked my fingers. Here's you have accepted the challenge. Also, back on Wednesday, I fired plushies that I ordered back in December. And one of them are the mascots of certain VTubers I watch. One of them is from a creator on YouTube that I like watching. And originally, so the I'm referring to is like this thing. It's like a originally I had a place in one of the cubbies family's living room, right? Which is right above my cat Serena's napping spot. And according to my mom, growled at the plushie for 10 whole stopped growling once the plushie was removed from the cubby above her spot. On the dinosaur part of it. Now on my bookshelf, other plushie. Which I think is a little weird, but to be entirely fair to this cat, he and her siblings were in a trailer park. Their mama, the cat, most likely gone or abandoned them. They were, being pecked by birds and the like. So, she's just a little bit of a scaredy kitten. Mention that, don't call her a kitten, she is 11 years old. That's pretty much the amount of time that she's been with my family. I love her though, she's my itty bitty. Anyway, I'm actually gonna go take my Vyvanse. And I'm... Also, hello, Furk! Thank you for the lurk. A Furky lurk. Anyway... Go ahead... And image save as G. Hello Metal, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Just that up here. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and go to my creative project. I am going to turn this on and turn everything else off. And I'm also gonna go okay. Gonna turn these things off. That is just us in the cube. Us in this lovely, lovely little cube. And I'm gonna go grab my sketch pen. I am going to use this as an opportunity to Deutsch. Dutch. I see, the Netherlands. So I'm going to quickly grab those. Hold on. I'm gonna go and use a straight line. For here. Or as straight of a line as I can. I'm gonna use this as kind of a way to do some of the proportions for these. And perspective is gonna look a little off. That's kind of just what happens sometimes when it comes to, you know, sort of thing. On. Go and grab this line. And this is that I have a bit of a reference to the proportion. So, pop this down here. Then I'm gonna pop it up here as well. I probably should add a bit more the primitives. Just add more of those. Yeah. And for anyone wondering what this thing is for, I'd like to mention that right now. So right now, this is looking pretty empty. I thought adding a storage thing over here would possibly make it look a little less blank. I'm actually gonna go ahead and delete that. No. Where's that? Oh, no. So I'm actually gonna go ahead and so I think I need to split this a little more, but I think around this point, like around here, is where I can start making kind of a frame. Actually, let me go ahead and nine. I'm going to do this. And this should hopefully allow me make more fancy little things. I'm gonna go here for the bottom part because there's a little extra thing here in the reference. So right now I'm just using a line tool to figure this out. Because I don't feel like using something else. Hello, Edis. Now I'm just use these lines. In order to place where the shelving is gonna be. I'll put the and I'll use the perspective. I'll quickly copy and paste this lines up here in order to do the perspective. And now I just gotta just we add a new layer. So I do this and then place that over here. Then over here. I think. No, that might not work. But I can do this. Then I can possibly copy this line here, transform it to down here, and then where it intersects, I can then place a line showcasing the perspective. Anyway, let me go ahead and add that. So, go ahead. Copy and paste this. And I can translate it. It is like here. And yes, perspective is very hard. However, this is for the sake of art. I think I can also this on here as well. And I think we have a good line placement for the shelves. I just need to grab a line. I'll do that. Then I gotta translate that where the shelves start and end. I think it looks pretty decent. At least I think it does. I don't know if I'm actually going to add anything to the inside of the shelves, or if I'm just gonna put random blobs of objects. I honestly have no idea of what in the world I'm going to add to any of this, to be honest. Let's go merge those down. Make a new layer. Another line. Then I'm gonna go ahead and place that here. And I'm actually gonna go use the selection pen. I'm gonna go ahead and place them where they are meant to go. Place where I believe they are meant to go. Which... I'm gonna erase some of the line over here. And for anyone wondering, you could have just at least done the cube as just a color. I could, but I feel like that would be a little too lazy for me. Like, I want to try and add as much detail as I can into these. Because, you know, and sometimes that means going a little harder than I should with the detail. I'm gonna... Kinda looks a little hard to really see at the current moment, but I'll figure it out. It shall be figured out eventually. It is what I do. Figure out how in the world I am meant to do these things. Thank you for the doots. But yeah. I might yap a little bit about some other things that I am doing as well. So, after the intermission, of course. Because that is happening pretty soon. I might need to... Oh, I can't use this here. I can probably just let the ads roll until the next time. So like once intermission's over. I'm going to lasso these. I think I've done pretty well with this. I think this is looking pretty decent looking. At least for my taste and my purposes. But I'll be seeing y'all in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. And I am still working on these. Because of course I... I'm actually gonna go and... I'll probably have a small snack. Because I'm currently very, very hungry. I got Oreo cakesters because they're soft. I am still sort of in soft food jail. I'm gonna mute and eat those. Alright, I have finished eating and the thing. So, for those who noticed, as I was eating, I finally blurred the foreground. So now it looks a little more I planned on having it look. Now I gotta go and conceal everything again. And let's... That will be the bottom of the shelving. And this is gonna be the start of the bottom part. Gotta be like over there. Which I will this. I can this. Then I can merge that. This. Then of course I gotta do this, which just be that. Then I make that go up. Now I think it's time that I start working on other details. Down there. That down there. I'm going to grab this line over here. I'm gonna go down. Actually, me change the color of that real quick. Now I can fit to sort of these parts. This is of course I'm going to also move these that it kind of makes this sort of thing that I am seeing in this as well. Of course, if I actually had a proper 3D reference for this, I would have used that, but I don't, so I'm just using the cube. And now... race? And... going to... do this. So, to there. And then... it's gonna go up to there. And then I do the same, but I place it up here. Erase. And those shall be plopped in with the detail. I'm going to do the same thing again, but for this, I shall place there. Then we move it over. Copy and paste. And then that will go there. And then we erase this. Then we erase this. And for anyone wondering, yes, this is just gonna be a bunch of lines anyway. I don't think I'm going to do a bunch of detail with this one. At least I don't plan on doing that. But yeah. I might do at least the wood texture on the very top. And you know, for here. So it's not gonna be all that visible now, will it? And I think for the sketch here, I go back to the website. So it appears that there's like kind of a rounding here, but I don't think I'm going to actually implement that. But I am going to erase these lines, because they're not going to really show up in this anyway. They were just there for the perspective of the actual shelving. And I think I'll erase this. This. And this. That's gonna be like the door and stuff. I don't think I'm actually gonna add the hinges and stuff. But if I do, it's not gonna be like the most noticeable. In fact, I might not even add it in the first place. Because it's just not something that's gonna be seen! It's been a while since I've really drawn furniture. Like, last time I really tried to draw furniture was my 2D design class. I think it is in my old art folder. It's this. As y'all can probably tell, this is very old art. This I made back in like 2022. And you can see the background here, which even though it still looks good, I do think so. And, you know, even though copy and pasted all these trays, only a few of them actually have anything in them. I actually might redraw this. And, you know, try and, you know, refine the designs for these characters. And also their color palettes, because their color palettes look kind of bad. I'm gonna go ahead and erase that. And eventually I will get to the liner for this. But I don't know when I'll be doing that. I might just do a color block thing, but then it would look inconsistent with the rest of the illustration. So I'm not sure. But I'm gonna go ahead and start doing the next one of these. Which I will start off with that. As for this, yeah, I should make that longer. But it can, you know, be really seen. Then move it down here. I look decent. Then I can do this. I think. Yeah, I might eventually like make a poll in either my Discord server or my like Tumblr blog, my main one. And probably like over the summer. Kind of like have it be like so that y'all can tell me what what thing you want me to redraw. Next. That sort of stuff. Because I have a bunch of different old pieces that I have yet to actually redraw, but I want to redraw. Which I have some time before ads happen. I'll go on a little tangent. So for those. The first thing I've felt like redrawing is this piece here. This was my final project for my senior year of high school, which was... It has nearly been officially 4 years since I drew this, actually. And there are some things that I want to change. You know, like, I'm so proud of certain things that I've done here. Like, I actually have this as my lock screen for my computer. But I know there are some things that I want to change. And a bunch of errors that I made. Like the mouth is a little too low on the face over here. Here I can make the, transition from the ribbon lane on the... You'd be happy if you could draw like that. Well, this took a lot of learning. And I also did this for an actual art class. Where we learned the foundations and stuff. And the fundamentals. But one of the things I felt like to be changed. You didn't? Yeah. I think it would be good. You've drawn a lot, yeah. I think it's always good to, like, have a formal class, even if it's, not part of your curriculum. There are places that offer your classes on how to do certain things. Things for art, like learning foundations, certain techniques and stuff. If you go to, like, university or something, you can even do those classes there in the future. Or if your current institution has electives for art, you can see if you can do that. But one of the things for here I want to do is I want to try and add more highlights and stuff. And, work on perspective for the clothing and all that stuff. And this here I actually redrew this last year. So obviously I don't need to really work on this anymore. Then there's this fan art I did for Twisted Wonderland, which I definitely know I can improve. Kinda sucks. And since there is I drew this back in like 2021 or something. 2022. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and let the ads run. And then once ads are over, I will continue to work on that thing that I am doing. And then once I'm done with that, I might work on some other things that are not related to my classes. Other itty bitty calico has returned. Ed? Ah. Excuse me. Bad. I drink it with some apple juice, but I can't do that while my vibrant. Yeah. So probably like over the summer, or maybe I can have it as an incentive for my write-a-thon. I can, you know, have y'all check out my something that I can redraw for my, you know, for this year. And if I'm able to, I might even sell some prints based on those you know, illustrations. That is, if I'm able to figure out about how I'll be able to do that. So, gonna move these to here. First goes down. Then I can race. And there. Yeah. I'm eventually gonna... I eventually need to figure out what to do for the write-a-thon as well. Like, what incentives I can do. Because, I'm hopefully planning on having the write-a-thon happen from June to July. So it starts on the first Monday of June, ends the last day of July. Wait, let me go check my calendar real quick on my phone. So the first... So, June 1st is the first Monday of June, and July 31st is the last Friday of July. Let me go check something. Summer. So my next semester starts August 24th and then September 11th. No, December 11th. So I should have plenty of time within June and July to, start the write-a-thon. Which, for those wondering what is the write-a-thon, so for context, I am writing a novel. I've been trying to work on this for a while. I actually started it back in I started working on it back in 2023. Not 2023, 2024. So, it's nearly been 2 years since I actually started working on it. Which means that I have a lot of things to do for it. And for those who don't know, I've obviously been, writing the novel throughout my streams over the past nearly 2 years. But yeah. So because I know that I can't really work on the project during not the project, the novel much. No, during my semesters, I've been writing outlines for them instead of actually properly writing in the chapters. Because my plan was that basically once my semester ended and I had enough time to do it, I planned on doing a little event that lasts for 2 months at the very minimum, where for 2 to 3 streams a week I will be writing the actual novel. Which, as I am almost done writing all the outlines, means that will happen pretty soon. So the last day I will likely be working on writing the outlines is May 3rd. So before my little post-semester hiatus. And yeah. That was basically my plan. So, likely Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays from June to July, I will be dedicating at least half of the stream to writing the chapters for my novel. And then the second half will either be me continuing to write the novel, or if my brain just is fried from writing, I will likely switch to a video game. Which will depend on what I have done. Like what video games I'm currently playing on stream and have yet to actually 100%. Or like actually complete a playthrough. And this will highly depend on what I have done. I have a bunch of games that I have been meaning to play as well, which I am likely going to be working on and playing through during the write-a-thon as well. Hello, soldier. It has been a while indeed. So, you love that show? Yeah, Transformers Prime was my childhood. So for those of y'all who... Bulkhead, what? You needed that? Yeah. So... This Decepticons look good, so good in Transformers Prime. It's simple. For some of them, they did that on purpose. Cough, cough, knockout. That and, you know, the Decepticons all have a lot of triangle shape language. They are very triangular. Including Soundwave. Especially Soundwave. Starscream, one of the best versions in Transformers Prime. Unfortunately, while he is like one of the better written, one of the more interesting Starscreams, he has one of the more boring designs. And because it is just so different from the usual Starscream depictions. When I first saw Starscream in G1, when I started getting into Transformers again, I didn't realize that it was Starscream. Is there the details like having his wings move based on his emotions? Yeah, definitely. Oh, Magda! You walked all over my keyboard. You silly little goose. But yeah. I really like Transformers Prime. Like, I know that one of the episodes I remember is one of the episodes with Arachnid and RC. And I just find it funny that out of all the things that I could remember, it was Toxic Yuri. And what? You needed that as an option, but ear rape, so it's like a wake-up thing. While I would add that, I am not a big fan of those, like, super bass boosted audios because I am autistic and have very sensitive hearing. So for the sake of my own mental health, I am gonna have to pass on that. Like it sounds like that, but lowered. It would sound funny. Or I can figure out how to make it sound wiggly. I'd have to figure out how I'd make it sound wiggly, but I could figure out. I could have that. You can imagine that? Yeah. Honestly, I think making something sound... You can make it for me? Wiggly? Yeah. You're like... Sound like underwater. Just kind of make it sound like the characters are underwater or something. I don't know. Yeah. You'll be down to make it for me. I appreciate that. You don't have to do it if you don't want to. Or if you do not have the time to do that. You'll do it right now? I see. Good luck with that. So now I think this is pretty close to being done. At least the sketch part, I can soon get started on doing the lines. Also, thank you for the biddies. Hello! Magda is currently trying to get herself comfortable. I think she has made herself comfortable. Would you like to sniff my drawing stylus? He has done a sniff. So... I think that can be where the door part of this, like the hinge part of the door frame ends. So now I'm going to go a thicker line. I'm gonna turn off the cube, the 3D reference. I'm gonna go get started on the outline. I will... this... that... I'm just gonna get started on the bigger details here. Are, you know, outlines. You know, like, just make the big thing over here, and then I can just slowly use smaller and smaller lines. Going pixel by pixel. I'll... Now add that here using a layer. Music channel. Alright. That was pretty quick. Let me go check that. Or does it work? Gone. There we go. You have to just do the command. That's all you have to do. You just have to press Discord. That was incredibly disastrous. Like, what the hell? That was just... What the hell? Alright. Hold on, let me get everything back up. The intermission was about to start anyway! What? Hold on. Okay. I might need to go to my... Hold on. Let me go. I'm broken. Yeah. Let me just quickly get everything back up. I'm definitely... I might need to fix the VOD a little later. Yeah, thank you for doing that silly thing for me. I don't think I'm actually gonna go do an intermission this time. I liked it? Yes, I loved it. I always love making audio. Love it when people make audio wiggly. Right. Connect. But yeah, that was a little disastrous. Which means I think I need to go. So I think I'm actually gonna start the intermission a little early. No, not start the intermission early. I'm gonna use the intermission time to try and find the I'll use the intermission to find ad break. Since when was this Twitch thing for streamers? Well, I am monetized and I usually take a break every hour anyway, so I've actually did this before I was monetized, but now that I am monetized, it gives me extra justification. Alright. Folder with backup data. Right. I'm gonna go ahead and start the intermission, and I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Anyway, welcome back. So, luckily I did not lose any of the sketch. Gotta go. Yeah. And see you later if I add it. Alright. So I did not expect Had to break my stream. But it's alright. I did not lose anything major. Or like major progress. So let's just go ahead and work on this. There we go. Now I can do this, and then I'm gonna over. And that. But yeah. So I'm gonna start off with the outline, which I'm going to lock. And then I'm gonna slowly but surely work on details. It is just a slow process of just line tool on line tool on line tool, because I am not going to draw all these lines by hand. I'm just not. But I have the line tools over here that I can use. And it's not gonna be super perfect. But it's gonna be good enough. For my purposes. Which is to say that I am technically not meant to do this much detail. Like, This amount of detail is not required of me. At all. I'm just doing this detail because I wanna... You know, experiment. I wanna fuck around. Hello, Magda. He says howdy. But yeah. Also gonna use this for the shelving. Because, of course, I use a level, a 5-pixel radius, and for this. And yeah. So this is not going to be super detailed. I'm just going to add enough details so that it, you know, sells the illusion. I think when I zoom in on the drawing, my VTuber does the same. Oh, I see. I think I accidentally unlocked the model dragging. Okay, it appears to no longer move as I do. Don't worry, yeah. So I think this is good. Just letting me know. Understandable, this happened last time too. Now I'm gonna use this. For that. I think this looks pretty decent right now. I'm gonna move this there as well. And I am doing all this, and it's not gonna be all that visible. Well, anyway. But honestly, it's the thought that counts. Way? Let's go ahead and do all this. Which I think I might use this color here for the outside part of it, and then for the interior part, I'll use this color. Anyway, let me go ahead and do this. I think this looks pretty good. What is that here? Now I'm going to go ahead and grab this color. I'll place it there. Then so put that there as well. And I think I'm gonna do a curve for these as well. I like to add a bit of definition. I can blur actually no, I'm not gonna blur. I grab that. Just gonna do that. Now it's gonna blend in a little bit too much. I think this looks pretty good. It's definitely way more complete. Hello, Magda. What are you doing? But yeah. I'm gonna save that. Add glow. I think that looks a little better. Might need to add a little bit of a glass texture to the window, the things here, but at this point, I just don't care. My professor is not expecting perfection with this. Oh, anyway. Now the cube is done and has been addressed. But there is an hour and a half left of stream. We need to do stuff. Which I think I'm not really sure what I'm gonna do. But I think I'll write some stuff down I can possibly do. Just... Alright, so... I think I figured out what I might be able to do now. So for context, those who don't follow me on my writing blog, around last week I put out an interest check for, you know, me to draw like fanfic headers for the Twisted Wonderland game. And they just look, roll, and out of 48 votes, the majority of them said that it would interest me. Which I am currently writing a fic for a fic series where I'm making the Twist guys witness endometriosis, because that is something that I do for a lot of fandoms, apparently. And I felt like that would be a good way to kind of like soft launch these, you know, custom fanfic headers, which I plan on having them be like $5 USD per pack. And for some of them, I'm going to combine in certain dorms into one pack, because there are 2 dorms that only have 2 characters in them and 3 dorms that only have 3. Heart's Lobule has 5 and the Insomnia has 4. So I also might make a mega pack. So like for those who want to purchase all of them at once, they can just do that. Or if they only want to purchase packs for certain dorms as they, you know, come along, they can do that as well. But the last one I was working on, let's go to my last one I was working on was this. I based the pattern here off the, the jacket of the dormitory. And one of the things I wanted to do was to, pick out a typeface that kind of like suits the dorms. So I'm gonna move that. I'll make the text black. I don't know which I will choose. But I'm gonna first have my favorite font, my beloved Alice regular, which I'm going to place right here. Now I'm gonna have to go scroll through all of my typefaces to figure out which one I have that best suits this dorm. I can always, download the one from Google Fonts. A bunch of fonts that I have. I just need to find one that I think suits this dorm. So I think monotype, like, a monotype would likely be the best for Ignihide. Oh, I found a very suitable one. I'll press start for 2P. Of course, I'll have to figure out all the kerning and stuff, but I also need to figure out the colors. Right? Idia. I will go and grab this. And wait, hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and grab some colors. From one of the characters. Anyway, welcome back from ads, everyone. Sorry that I got a little too focused over there. But I think I'm also going to add a border. Oh, an edge. I think that looks pretty good. I think looks pretty decent. I think I'm gonna see if use this possibly. Let me first start. You move this to there. I'm going to grab this and then align it to the right. Then there it is. So I'm going to use yellow. Now I'm going to kind of like place the area where the character is going to be around here. So here is going to be where the text is. And then here is going to be where the character is. Which, let me just slant it. I'm going to do this cross-hatching. Over here. So that I know where it is meant to go. And then I can go back here. And I can move this over. Now I can save that. So the typeface for that is done. And then the next one I'm planning on doing is Heart's Lobule. Which, let me just grab the Heart's Lobule base over here, which I basically just used assets from I currently have on Clip Studio Paint. And if I go to my downloads, I actually have the Heart's Lobule palette over here. I think I'm going to like use a bit of a warm pink. So that it kind of goes well with this yellow. Maybe some of this black here to add a bit of a uniqueness. Then going to grab that. Which I think I might just use this here for the name and text. Let me just go to here. Pink. Place that there. So I might make it a little bigger. And of course, the alignment of this will change depending on how long the character's name is. So I could make it sort of look like the, like character name looks like it's like the flower here. So I might have an asset of like a rose that I could use for that. Now I'm going to use this cyan, I think, which I'll use over here. This is just so that I know where the character is gonna be placed. But yeah. Magda has now placed herself on my bed. Just toss that out. The last thing I know I have to do is, at least for the ones I currently have, is the Insomnia. Which originally for the sketch I planned on just doing this for like the briars and stuff, but I thought that would be a little boring. And I didn't really like it anyway, so I'm gonna try and have it kind of swirl around. And the palette for the Insomnia, which from what I can tell, it's pretty much just like dark, mostly just various shades of green. So I'm gonna go and grab some green from the official art of Malleus. I think Magda found a toy. Probably explains why she's being pretty silly. Did you find a toy? You have a toy. He has a toy. Check, yeah, I have a toy. What are you gonna do about it? And now... Now, let's go... Increase that by 15 points. Here's the edge. This looks decent. And I think... I could make this bigger. Now I'm gonna go do the placement for the characters. So this is where the character will be. Now I need to go find a suitable typeface. It's gonna involve a lot of scrolling. I might use like an old style classic. Be something like this. A Century Schoolbook. Copperplate Gothic. Feels like a good choice. I might need to do a little bit of kerning. I'm not fully sure. But yeah. But I might change the background color from this green to this green. Because that is like a little more teal. Let me just quickly go to my canvas property. Okay, that is a more suitable green for my intent and purposes. It does kind of strain the eye. Yes. That, I think, looks pretty good. Yeah. I'll probably have to go find some references for briars. You know, briar thorns. But yeah. Luckily, tomorrow is going to be closer to that I actually have planned. And I have to some things around probably after stream today. I'll have to start working on that thing in Illustrator, even though I don't want to work in Illustrator. I have to. At least hopefully after this I'll be working in Photoshop, which, given that this can save the Photoshop files, I can just use this software. Yeah, I only have like a month left of my semester. Which means I don't have a lot of time left to do all my assignments. Which is kind of daunting now that I think about it, because that means I am getting very, very close to not having to worry about all this anymore. But yeah. This means I have to start working on my final projects and stuff. You know, on various other things. But at least for those, I have an idea as to what to do with them. And for those, I'll just have to gather the references of the characters. But yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and start my intermission now, actually. Because no. My mind is kind of blank right now, and I could, use a little bit of a break, so I'll go ahead and start that and then figure out what I'll be doing for the final hour of stream. Alright. I am back. And I think I'm going to continue working on that one header. So this one here. Which I'm actually going to grab some more references real quick. Rina is 18, the leftovers of Zamagda. So probably after stream I gotta clean the layer boxes. That, or I'll like do it during the next ad break. Like 20 minutes. So gonna go here. Going to thicken up. So the main thing I'm going to be doing here is kind of like just twisting in these shapes that I have done. That they look a little more organic. And because of that, I'm going to kind of play a little fast and loose. With this. I will eventually add the actual briars. Which I will likely make a different color. And eventually I will start working on some of the actual characters. And for some of the other storm banners and stuff, I want to try and do specific parts of the character. Like for Homifior, I want to try and use the poison apple. In the background pattern. So I'm just gonna make these brambles and stuff. Make them look a little... like, as asymmetrical as I can. And I might, for at least the character of Silver, or add a bit of a extra detail. Like some of the pinks and blues that are associated with Aurora. Because he is kind of like a combination of Aurora and the Prince of Sleeping Beauty. He kind of has, you know, traits of both. Of course, I will eventually refine these shapes. Add more of the briars and stuff. Now I'm going to turn on the opacity of those. I'm gonna go in with the red. And eventually I will go in and add the actual thorns. But for now, I am going to add the general placement of all these. This is kind of like the biggest one. Now, purple time. Yeah, these are probably going to end up being just general shapes that will make different, you know, shades of, you know, black, green. The reason why kind of like a black green is because it's because it's generally a bad idea to just straight up use black unless you're doing like a completely black and white illustration. Like absolutely no hues whatsoever. Which I usually don't do unless it's something that I am required to do for a project. Or if I'm, you know, being stylistic about it. And I think this is done. Now I just need to add the actual thorns. I will start doing it over here. Yes. I will eventually add the characters to these. I just want to have a solidified version of the... I want to make sure I have the backgrounds done before I actually work on sketching on all the any of the characters, because I also did not actually download any of the references for them. And if I did, I forgot. And besides, I wouldn't have enough time to actually finish any of those today anyway. But I think maybe for some of these, I might mix up a little bit of the colors to make some of them look more pink and some more blue. I'm not fully sure. I think I'll delete... I won't delete that just yet. Now let's get started on the second. But yeah. See what I do until advertisements, or I am done with adding all the thorns. Whichever happens first. Right. Now the final, for the second fine sketch. But yeah. Once this is done, I will take a nap, maybe. Then, get working on my project in Illustrator. Now, final one. You gotta go now? I hope I have a nice day. Good night. I hope you have a good night as well, Metal. Sweet dreams. I know this looks very busy. Very, very busy. Because that is how briars can be. This is what briars and brambles behave, if you like. Move the opacity. Yeah, I think the first one I'll likely do in terms of all these is gonna be Harslabule. The 5 characters in there, because I'm working on a fic that involves all of them. Anyway. I'm probably gonna use as that fic, because it's, you know, a series, and I plan on using all the characters in NRC. I am not going to address any of the Royal Sword Academy characters in any of my fics, unless in passing, because we currently don't have enough material on them. At least enough for me. I will eventually do the Royal Sword Academy characters once we have enough material on them. I'm just like, you know what? I think I can write these characters now. You know, make headers. Anyway. So we're almost done with all of these. I mean, soon I can do something else, I think. Which is, I plan on working on something for the project that I am doing in my in-person class. Which is, you know, collage. So I have to cut out stuff and then paste them on paper. Which I grabbed a lot more materials for my class to use, including a bunch of beads I acquired many a year ago and never found an actual use for until now. Anyway, I think this is done. And as y'all can see, it is currently a hot mess. There's also this purple for some of the designs, like for the Valius' Diasomnia uniform. I might add that to it as well. Which I just place all these in here. So eventually, like next art stream, which is gonna be next week, I will work on these. Unless, of course, there is something else that I think I can do for my assignments. I will then do that. So I just realized I forgot to change to my streaming glasses. The ads are starting soon, so go ahead and close that. I am going to go take a little break. I think once I'm in the ending screen, I'm going to start working on my So once I'm in the ending screen, I'll probably start cleaning some of the letterboxes, because those need to be cleaned. But yeah, I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Yeah. I'm doing around my room, going to waste. One, I can get rid of them. Two, my classmates have stuff to use. Right. Collage and then out. Just glue and paste it. Project and stuff. Go ahead. For this, which is what I am currently going to be, is what I'll be using as inspiration. So to explain the thing, so it is an iterative collage telephone, which the inspiration, we had to go to a local museum. It's like 15 minutes away from the campus. And we pull inspiration from the works in the museum. And then we have to start off with the first collage is directly inspired by the museum, some artwork. And then you have to make a second one directly inspired by the first collage. You are not allowed to look at the museum piece for that. And then you have to do a multimedia piece, which is inspired by both collages and an original art reference. The required technique is collaging, painting, and stippling, which I'll likely use the stippling for shade. So allow me to first change. I'll directly grab what I have. So Maggie, what do you want? Anyway, the little girlie is crying. So squeaky. But anyway. So this is kind of like the idea I have for it. So this is gonna be how it's, shaped. So there will be 2 platforms where the objects are gonna lay on. And I'm probably going to use some of the flower beads I have, like just general flower thingies that I have. And place them all throughout. But then I am going to iterate on that, which is pretty much going to be the first collage. Direct inspiration. Second. Will be sweets and pastels. Third, spooky. And that is going to be my plan for the project. First one is going to be directly based on this, with all the flowers and fruits over here on the bottom. And then for the second one, I will try and make it based on sweets and pastel colors, if I can get pastel colors. And then the final one is just going to be all spooky. Pumpkins, dark colors, purple, orange, green. You wanna go? I don't know if she actually wants to leave or not. Or if she just wants attention. She's just a little baby. You're just a little baby. Just a baby. Look at this baby. He's just a baby. Love you. Oh, my mouth. Hi, got my room now. Well, since I did the planning out thing. Well, actually, let me work on adding stuff like this. Is I think gonna be pretty close to this. And I think the one thing I will be keeping throughout of this is, you know, the dark background. Now, second palette, I'm going to use this color again. Then Then the final palette is gonna be for this. It's sort of a tertiary color palette. And maybe a little bit of a fish red. I think that's a good idea as to what I could do. I'm gonna save this as a PNG real quick. I think I'm gonna work on the Diasomnia thing. I'm gonna start off with these, which let me grab that from the palette. Yeah, next week will be the actual plan art / assignment day stream. So that will be the actual planned stream for purposes of art. I might change the Little Witch in the Woods stream to that Sunday, though. So I can actually, you know, do that. But I do need to work more on Skyrim. Let's do that. Let me see if Magda is back at my door again. Hi. After I do this, after I end stream, I will clean the litter boxes in the house. Especially mine, because mine is very gross. Magda left uncovered poop. So I'm pretty sure it was her. She is silly like that. I'm gonna work on the briars. Oh, it appears I didn't do the briars for that one. Oh well. Just quickly grab the other two. And that real quick. Yeah. Once I'm close to the ending in time, I will explain what I'll be doing and then all that stuff. And then I'll end the stream. I will finish up at least one more of these briar vines, and I will go ahead and explain. I'll be doing tomorrow. Right? So I'm gonna go ahead and explain what I'll be doing for tomorrow. So as I am doing this, which is I'll be writing the next hopefully 4 chapters of my novel. And I'll be working on the final ones next month. I'm making sure I get the stragglers. And I'm not going to be actually writing the, actual chapters in their entirety. I would not have the time to do that. This is me outlining in the story so that I have an idea as to what I'll be doing when I go to write the actual full chapters. But yeah, let me just go ahead and finish all of these. And there we go. This is getting closer and closer to being done. I'm going to stop right there. So tomorrow is going to be the writing. I'll likely be in PNG jail. But yeah, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Goodbye!